Hello! And welcome back to day 22. Where's the music? Where did it go? Oh no, that's the wrong one. Okay, I want to hear my music as well. There we are. How's it going, everybody? I can see that Miri the Phoenix is ready. That's good. And welcome to the live stream and the chat. Just gonna pin this here. And yeah, yesterday went great. Much better than expected. Even though I was kind of feeling a little bit weird. But we are well above 40,000 words. Hey, Miri says, let's go. Happy to report that I've finished my chapter. Well done. Well done. I know that was a difficult one to crack open. So very cool. Well done. And I'm happy to report that we're probably going to end chapter 9 today. We should actually very close to it in my book. So that's nice. And we can get back down to the catacombs with Renaith, the mentor. And not the dementor, but the mentor. Just right. Shall we just get going? Have a little read of where we were. Find all the different words and weird things from yesterday. Great thing about today is that we're going to start from the very first line, so of page 113, sorry, which means it's going to be an easy counting today. How are you today, Miri asks? Well, I'm doing good, thank you. My parents just came to visit like half an hour before I was supposed to go live, 45 minutes before I was supposed to go live. So that's why I pushed it a little bit, but I don't think it really matters in the long run. I'm of course still going to stream about 5.5 hours. So yeah, I'm doing great, thank you. I hope you're doing well as well, just like your chapter. So we're still in the quarters of the chapters, and the high chapter has swung by. And just to check in on Vespa, our patient, who was almost killed by a horse. So Vespa is about to, I guess she already did. Yeah, she did on page 111 then. She talked about page 110, wow. She asked about the whole sun versus sun. There we have it. And now she's telling Peter and Bragi, the chapters, where she saw that. So let's just go from here. What was in the rooms? Chapter Bragi asked. Now leaving with both his elbows. Now leaning in. Not leaving, leaning. That is an N, it's just me who can't read. And now leaning in with both his elbows on his knees. One room just had a weird table, Vespa explained. But the other have these tombs with statues on them. She thought about how much to tell the two, and decided that she would be better off not telling them about Renaith. One of the tombs one of the tombs have a little statue on it, and these black crystals. And that was the one with an inscription that said "Son of the Evening" with a U. And it also had some strange letters that I couldn't read. That's... Bragi leaned back with his one hand on his chin. And you're sure that you're not making this up? Vespa could feel a heart sink at the prospect of more adults who did not believe her. At the prospect. Yeah, it said at the prophet. Okay. I know what I saw, she exclaimed with some annoyance. Again, Lemon backed her up with a steadfast whistle from atop her crimson locks. My mistake, the chapter apologized, to some surprise for Vesper. Maybe we should check out these catacombs ourselves, Peter added. You do that. I think I'll look through some old tomes on this place. On this place's history first, Bragi reasoned. Those dungeons give me the chills every time we've had to go down there, so I can only imagine what it must be like further down. But if I can't find anything in my books, then I guess that we have to venture there. Alright, then I shall ask around first if anyone knows of these catacombs too. Did you say Af? I did indeed say F. And we're off. Did you say Afire had been down there already? Yes. She was the one who found me. She was the one who saved me. Who saved me when... She was the one who saved me when... when I fell down there. When I fell into the catacombs. I kind of don't want to say down there all the time, and catacombs is a sweet word. Into the catacombs. Oops. The first time. And then she told me and then she told me that she had been down there again, down there again. Before she left. Vesper told. No, we already had told up there. Vesper said, I guess. But I thought she would have said something to you guys. I'm not really sure why she would have said something, but yeah. I mean, we can sort of lampshade that Bragi and Peter don't actually get to know anything. They're just sort of there. Yeah, it's probably a good enough thing to say. Yeah. Oh, I wouldn't have thought so. Wouldn't have thought so. Bragi. Actually, I want Peter to say this, I think. Peter. Peter said. Peter. We already had said up here. I don't want to use the same word all the time. Well, oops. Looks like we're going into here. Let's see it. Stated, yes. We're just maybe not with just chapters. We're not on anything but a need to know basis. I don't know if that's need to know. Okay, I don't know about this sentence, but it's a bit strange. He chuckled. Just gonna days and say weird. But your chapters. Vespa couldn't quite wrap her head around Peter and Bragi not being important. Let's write and instead of using the ampersand symbol. It is called ampersand, isn't it? Ampersand. Ampersand. Oh, with a P. Well, I learned something new today. Not being importante. At the keep. At the temple. Or the keep. But we are not the high chapter. But we are... What the fudge was that? But we're not the high chapter. Bragi argued. We pretty much just follow orders. And that's okay. I don't know how I'm going to transition this over into the next chapter. Oh, hello. Just wrecking my own stuff. So what can we do? What can we do? What can we do? We could end it basically here, with Bragi saying like, but I think I will go and do the research now, and then Peter saying something like, maybe you should stay here for the rest of the night, just to be sure. And Vesper saying, okay. Peter saying like, I'll go grab some food and remember something for Lemon, of course. And then end the chapter with Vesper couldn't quite, or you already have quite wrap her head around, but the same thing, the two chapters at the temple was not important. And then just like end it there. I think that might be alright and the way to go. Yeah, I think that's the way to go. But I think I better get started on that research. And actually not and, just full stop there. I just thought of a book to start to begin with. To begin with. Tabitha Bragi got up and walked towards the wooden door. Got up and walked towards the wooden door. Maybe he should say thank you because it's so exciting. I mean, he is a pretty good guy, right? So that would totally make sense. Yeah, let's go with that. I must say, this is actually very exciting. He said in the door frame. Thank you. Actually we have, I think maybe, hello. Maybe we have a saying here. Slumbering Giants teachings. Yeah, may your pillars be strong, he should probably say. That would make sense for him. Thank you. Thank you for sharing with us. Espero. May your pillars be strong. May your pillars be strong. Vesper didn't know what to say. Didn't know what to say. She wasn't used to people apologizing to her. It's a little bit sad. She wasn't used to not the people, just people. To people thanking her. but it didn't matter. It didn't. Damn it. Didn't matter. It didn't matter that she was left speechless. Speechless by Bragi. As Jabita Peter. Took over. I don't know if that's the right phrase to use. Is started talking is maybe better. Started talking. I think you should stay here. Stay here overnight. Night. That's in one word, isn't it? I think it is over. I actually don't know. Overnight? No, not yet. It is overnight. Peter told whisper. Just to be on the safe side. Just to be on the safe side. Won't Charity? No, won't you need to sleep though? Won't you need to sleep? Won't you need to sleep? This pass. Asked him. I'll take Charity Bragi's bed for the night. Bed for the night. don't worry. Peter. Reassured. I don't know if reassured is the right word here, but word. I know that look in his eyes. He is not going to need. Not going to need. He's not going to give in to sleep. Into sleep until he has found something. A smile appeared underneath Peter's chapter. Peter. Chapter Peter's. Wow, that looks terrible. Peter's gray beard, greasy gray beard. As he nodded. Whoops. Nodded towards Froggy, who had already left the room. Who had already left the room. With a determined spring in his step, with a determined spring in his step. It might even be a problem to get him to the teachings. Haha. Actually, not end his sentence here. He's gonna say, why don't I don't and yet no. Just if Vespa should also come to the teachings, the midnight teaching. Look at that. So close to finishing page 130. 113. Why don't you? Yes, it's alright. Why don't you? Oh no! I actually spit on my book. Whoops. Why don't you? Why don't I fix you? Why don't I find you something to eat? You must be hungry. After everything that you've been through today. You've been through today. He wasn't wrong there. Chapter Peter wasn't wrong. Vespa hadn't had anything. Hadn't had? Is that actual phrase. Hadn't had anything to eat since she ventured back down into the catacombs, back down into the catacombs. And she had no idea how long time that was. She replied with a nod. With a nod. And something for lemon too. She quickly added. He likes grains and fruit. The little yellow bird chimed in with a tweet that Vesper took as an agreement. Vesper took as an agreement. No. Agreement. Actually, I just need to check something. Good. It was just some live stream settings that were indeed as they should have been. All right. Why, of course. Why, of course. Chapter Peter. Exclaimed. I wouldn't dare not to bring him anything. He said with a wink. With a wink. And out the door he went. Out the door he went. Everyone can see this says went. Just so. I don't know why, but I really dislike having just one word on a line. It feels like such a waste. Even though, you know, it's the whole idea of me averaging. This is an E. Went. A smile appeared on Vespa's face as she watched the old chapter leave. There it is. Page 113 done. And we move on to 114. And look at the pace we're having today. Damn, this chapter 9 has just been super good in terms of pacing. But not, I don't know if it's a good pacing what I write, but the time I spent writing has been very, very good. We spent 50 minutes on that page. Sweet. Old chapter leave. I kind of wanna end the chapter with she admitting that she actually quite liked both him and both Peter and Bragi. And then she should probably think about how, like what they said, that they don't matter, that they're not important. Yes, but how do we end the chapter? Now that Vespa is all alone in the bedroom. In the room, just not bedroom. We're actually closing in on 20 pages of this book. We started on page 97, so 3 more pages and we've done 20 pages of this book. Oh yeah. That's a good feeling. Oh, what should she say? She should say something like, he's not all bad or something. Actually, I think I want her to... she... put her hand up to Lemon on her head did I just write head as H-E-D? Who happily agreed. Happily agreed to step up. And be transported. That sounds very modern. Transported. Carried. Moved. Not like that. Moved from one place. Truckable. Let's just go with transported for now. Down to Vespa's eye level. Word. Happily now. Lemon continued. His chirping. All the way. Yeah. Vespa agreed. Agreed. And looked to him. I agree. I also think that I quite like him now. He's nice. She admitted. And so is Japita Bragi. So is Japita Bragi. I mean, we could end it there, I guess. That might be actually be a good place to end, but I sort of also want her to think about why they're not important. Not that that's important to the story, but I just feel like it's a bit different. Let's go with the other way. Vespa started leafing. That's a good word, leafing through a book. Leafing through the book on all manners of flora. that Bragi had handed to her. Bragi had handed to her. She couldn't quite believe that at a place with a temple of the 5 pillars, two so nice servitors like them weren't important. She thought that was very silly. That was very stupid, dumb, weird, silly. So I don't know word. I don't quite know. Like, it's when I use tummy instead of stomach, right? It just feels a bit out of place for the rest of the text, but I don't quite know. I don't know. Also, this whole last paragraph, should it even be here? Needed. Because we could just end it with "So is Tabitha Bragi." That's actually pretty good. But that, I believe, was chapter 9. Where did we start? We started on... Was it page 101? 102. Yes, here we started on page 101. As you can see there, so... It turned out to be around 12, 13 pages long. That's probably alright. But that also means that we're moving on to chapter 10. And can I get the middle this time? That was pretty good. Maybe a little too much over to this side, but that was pretty good. Pretty good. Pretty much in the middle, I would say. Way better than all the others that have all been so much to the left. Chapter 10. Okay, chapter 10. Chapter 10. We are, of course, still in hero's journey. We're still in the test allies and enemies, and now I want to have one of those, I'm going to call them montage chapters, because Vesper is going to be doing some training here. And I need to be careful what I'm saying, but every time I said I don't think it's going to be a long chapter, it has turned out to be very long. I don't think these montage chapters are going to be that long. So what I've written here, so it's one of 3 of Vespa being mentored by Renaith, the spirit in the Warhammer down in the catacombs. And here she needs to learn to communicate without touching his weapon. The weapon. Let's remove ourselves from innuendo country. And I've written here that I want it to be about the battle for the dying light. We want that to be introduced, but I don't actually think I want that. Because I think I want either down here, or in the next chapter after the next learning thing. I think I want Bragi to come back seeking out Vespa with something he found about this battle, right? But he couldn't find exactly what it was, but there was something there, and she was right. The first champion and many others afterwards were indeed called the Sun with a U. And then we can have the last catacomb Renaith be about the Battle of the Dying Light, right? But that of course means that we need to figure out what to do instead. So I'm thinking that the first one should just be, maybe just be the Feyens. Just like what they are. And then we could start the chapter with, why do you keep calling me a Feyen? It's actually not a bad way to start. So, I am going to remove this. More of the Fey folk and the culture and who they are. Their culture and who they and Vespa are. And then down here we have the Battle of the Dying Light. I guess we could move this healing. So we take this and we move this up here. Actually take this, just move it here for now. We go here. And we take this up here and we take this down here. And then the next, okay, so the next catacombs could be about the Eveningsun prophecy, but also about healing powers, like the powers of nature that the Fey folk possess. I think that could work. And then the last one could be about the history of the Battle of the Dying Light. And maybe something more. About Fey and healing abilities using nature. And then actually could also be down here. That's not a subplot though, this is actually part of the main plot. And then the rest that down here could be Feyen healing using spirit. Because that's going to be a plot point towards the end, that Vesper is going to use some of her own life force, her life spirit, to heal Lemon, who will get badly hurt down somewhere here, like the ordeal and the reward and the road back. And you know, we could maybe even talk a little bit about it, like introduce the other members of the Sons, but I don't really have a whole lot on them. But I think this could work. And then this here. Because I also want a chapter where Vesper directly confronts... Oh, not well, let's go with confronts for now. Grand Protector Baldric, who, well, I still haven't introduced him actually. This feels like a weirdly strange time about the assassination plot on his life. Turns out that Afea is back and have a meeting with Baldric, SOE, and his squire. So I guess this introduces Grand Protector Baldric. Okay, I should really do this in the daytime before before we start. Before we start the ride, but oops, sorry. So here is chapter 10 of Test Allies and Enemies. None to light again. Intention. Vesper is learning what the Fey folk are, and then we want to have this. We want to show training actually, introducing. Oops. Introducing magical training. And Vesper gets tired, more and more tired, more and more tired, the more she trains. Okay, so that could totally work. I think, again, I don't know how long this chapter will be, because I don't want it... That's the thing about dialogues, right? I know we just had two, at least one chapter that was complete dialogue. And now we're gonna have two chapters that are very much dialogue heavy. I had a point and I forgot the point. We're gonna have two chapters that are very much dialogue heavy. So hopefully this one isn't going to be as long. But I still think it's important. And I want the exposition of the Fey folk and their culture to be natural and not just be remade in instance, just blurting it out all over the place. So how do we start? That's always the issue. How do we start a chapter? So Vespa is down in the catacombs again. She's holding the weapon handle. Maybe we just plop right into her asking, why do you keep calling me Feyen or Fey folk? Yeah, that's actually a good start, I think. Why? Why do you keep calling me Fey folk? Vespa asked. Renaive. Her hand firmly on the war hammer's handle. She had held it long enough. She had held it long enough. That's the that it didn't feel as cold as the rest of the damp catacombs. This time there was a little bit more. There was a little bit more light down there. I feel like I've said down there so much. Light down there. Repeat. A little bit more light down there. And since Vespa had brought a torch from the dungeons above, the dungeons above, and placed it in one of the holders on the wall. Lemon had found a spot on a shelf close to it. Cozying up by its open flame. Cozying up by its open flame. Vespa thought it was nice. With some quiet chirping. Some quiet chirping. Vespa thought it was nice to not just have the lantern. The catacombs were nicer. When it wasn't just lit. Wasn't just lit by the lantern. Her lantern. Yeah, that's a pretty alright start, I think, to the chapter. Sort of establishing that they're back down in the catacombs, and still damp. Actually keeping the shadows at bay. Keeping the shadows at bay. The wind was still howling though. Still howling. And she could also still hear. She could also still hear the running stream from somewhere below. The running stream from somewhere below. Oh my god, I can't make a full stop. There we go. So now we set the scene of the chapter. Not the chapiter, but the scene of the chapter. And that's all well and good. Oh, that means we need to start writing in cursive again. Your spirit. Damn it! Make a mistake right at the beginning. Yours be. Oh my god, it's been so long since we've written cursive. Your spirit resonates. Voice sounded. It was said. It still sounded. It still sounded. Sounded like it was coming. It was coming from nowhere and everywhere at once. And everywhere at once. Which was weird. But Vespa was getting used to it, but Vespa had gotten used to it by now. Used to it by now. It feels like one of us. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Vespa was unsure what he meant by that. But the spirit in the Warhammer in the Warhammer continued before she could ask. Before, not but. Before she could ask. What does she continue saying though? That is a great question. What does he continue saying? So the Fae folk, small, pointed ears, large-handed head. They are one with nature and animals. They believe in the great cycle, the Amber Sleep, the Amber Father and the Umber Mother. But how does the spirit feel? Oh, I feel kinship, maybe. I feel kinship. You are one of nature. forests. Renate. Continued. We need to, this chapter, we need to, as it says here, it's about learning to communicate with Renate. So right now she is holding the handle on the Warhammer, right? And we need to sort of transition to make Vesper see that she can first not touch it, but still be close and still communicate with Renate, and then she needs to be able to walk further and further away and still keep up the communication. And each time she's going to get more and more tired. Maybe she falls asleep down there. I don't know. But yeah, but that's something we need to figure out how that comes in naturally. So it should of course be Renate who begins that. I do also want to. Actually, we should add this. Oh, I'm already there. Renate wants Vesper to try and lift the Warhammer. Only Feyens can do so. Feyens can do so. And then she fails that. She fails. And then, because that's going to be a plot point towards the end, in the the road back, something. Actually, it doesn't need to be in the road back, I think she needs to be able to actually, she can lift. Vesper can lift the Renate's Warhammer. Renate. No, that's wrong. Warhammer. So that, yeah, that's something that's going to happen later. And it's going to be like this wow moment, right? Oh my god, I'm a true Feyen. Maybe we can even add here. Vesper doesn't know what she is. What? Vesper doesn't know what she is. But yeah, Reina is continued here. Someone... Oh. There's an E in someone. Someone who shares a special bond. Why is she doing that in P's? Special bond with animals. Animals! Spell right, please. Animals. I'm going to try up here now. Animals. Thank you. A special bond with animals. Spirit bound or no? Spirit bound. Or not. Look at how close we are to the end of page 114. And you know what the good thing about today is? Because we started at the very first sentence, the very first line of page 113, it's so easy to know that 5 pages is going to be... Well, here we have the marker for day 25. It's going to be on page, like, that's 2 here, and 3, that's 115, 4, that's 16, 5 is 17. So whatever lines we make on page 118, I haven't written that yet, of course, like that's going to be extra from the goal today. So easy. We should always try to end on the very first line. Not though, but you know, could be great. Special. I like that. I feel kinship. I quite like that description, actually. Vesper wasn't sure. Vesper wasn't sure what she was. Though she had often wondered. None of the other people of Black River's Keep or Riverford, or the nearby Riverford. The nearby Riverford. all the nearby had her pointed ears. And all the children in the town at her age seemed to be much taller, than her. Something they never failed to let her know. Something they never failed to let something they never failed to let her know. She didn't like that. And she didn't like that. So she tended to either stay by a fair or herself whenever they went. Vespa had sometimes wondered. If she was a dwarf. Like Brother 2. Because of her height. But he didn't seem to think so. Didn't seem to think so. Should probably also have something about his strength here. Even though her strength matched that. Of one of the adults. Other adults. Something brother 2 found quite impressive. Something brother 2 found quite impressive. Quite impressive. Impressive. Brother 2. That was a quite a long sentence. Started up here. Vesper liked what Reina said about the animals, though. Animals. And it was page 14 done, and we move on to 115. Oh yeah. Hello. So we go here. Yes, 115, and it was true. It was true. True enough. Even though it doesn't look like it says even. Even though horses were pretty much the only animal around, Vesper was the only one that all of them liked. The only one all of them. And she was almost certain she understood. She was almost certain that she understood what Lemon was chirping. Oh, come on. That she understood what Lemon was chirping, whistling, tweeting, word, But that probably wasn't the only thing that would make her... That probably wasn't enough. But that probably wasn't enough. For her to be of the Fae folk. She thought, Vesper thought. Whatever they were. I mean, does that make sense that she, whatever they were, makes, I mean, because the statue, there's an actual statue of Renate, right? Makes sense. Statue. So like she can actually see what a Fae folk is. I kind of want to avoid the whole thing about external looks. Like, are you this and this tall, small? Do you have pointed ears? Are your hands and your head bigger than your body? And all that. Yeah, I think I want to avoid that. And focus more on like the inside of Vesper as a character. There is... No, actually, Vesper needs to answer first. I don't know. She said, she said rather dismissively. Dismissive. I'm not even sure that's the word, dismissively. Sounds like it isn't. Dismissively. Oh, it is. Alright. I've only ever been here at the keep. At the keep and temple. And a little bit at a river fort. Sometimes. And there are no forests here, and almost no animals. No forests. And almost no animals. She looked at a lemon. Still sitting, all fluffed up by the torch. She had never seen a bird. She had never seen a bird so yellow before. Seen a bird so yellow. Before I'm gonna need a quick bathroom break, so I'll be right back, guys. Don't go anywhere. And I'm back. Oh, whoops. I smudged this. Just give me a dot. Hey, look at how close we are to the day 25 marker. Oh yeah. Yeah, boys and girls. Alright. Alright. So let's have that point we talked about. Let's see. About the hammer. Way to find out Renate said. Vesper was curious. Vesper was immediately curious. God. I feel like I've made so many spelling mistakes and bad penmanship mistakes. Vesper was immediately curious. Curious. Her heart beginning. Her heart beginning to beat faster. Hello. Hello, day 25 marker. She perked her ears. That's the thing you say, right? Oh my god. She. Her ears. Even though the voice came from inside her head. Even though the voice came from inside her own head. How? She asked. With a little hesitation, with a little hesitation. Yes. That's one word, by the way. With, in case you were wondering, with is in one word. Okay. I don't know. I sort of I thought I had something that I wanted to write, and then I lost. I guess it wasn't important then. Actually, let's turn this into a comma. Copper eyes. Copper eyes. Getting bigger. And bigger as she looked at the Warhammer on the tomb. Warhammer. Lift this hammer. Would he say lift me? Because I have go into the background, then we have Reynard here. I have his quirk to be that he keeps forgetting he's a spirit bound in a weapon. He's a spirit. Oh, he's a spirit bound. No, he's not a spirit bound in a weapon. He's a spirit bound to a weapon, and often talks as if both people can hear him, even when they're just near, and as if he can handle things on his own. Also use the phrase "I see" a lot, despite not actually being able to see. Good thing we looked at that, because I completely forgot about that. It's quite funny, I think. Lift up this hammer. the warhammer with you in it. Lift you up. Lift you. Lift you up. Vespa asked to make sure what he said. Asked to make sure that was what Renaith said, though she had no idea. Though she had no idea why that mattered. In regards, I don't know if that's how you would say that, especially not in a tween novel. In regards, word phrasing, question mark. In regards to just gonna move this back here. In regards to her being of the Fae folk, I just realized something that probably has no motivation, like no plot point for this book, but this, where was it? This fact about Vespa learning about healing using nature. I don't know why I capitalized that actually. Using nature, that could be a plot point in the second book, where like, okay, so in the first book she finds out that she is Fae folk, right? And then in the second book, where I want the Templars, who you have like the Paladins who are like water stuff, and the Templars with like fire stuff, but they both came from the same Paladin order way back. That could be a plot point that Vespa heals people, maybe herself, whatever, with nature, and not with water or fire, as the Paladin, as the Templars does. And then that could be like a conflict, right? Because it's seen as I write here, it's seen as pagan, it's seen as heretic to use anything else but blessed water or scorching fire. That could totally work, I think. That was a sidetrack, but it's just something that suddenly popped into my head. That's the funny thing about doing this challenge. I feel like there's so much stuff that I've sort of just, that just pops in randomly. Around 0 to 22. Plot point for book number 2. Vespa using nature healing. Like it just sort of boom, just sort of pops up, right? It's so strange. Oh, you couldn't see that. It wasn't anything. It It wasn't anything on the story. It was just in the book of live stream notes highlights. So that technically, I don't think that counts as me forgetting to change the scene in Streamlabs. So, you know, technically. I don't want to say when my spirit was bound, as I said here, spirit bound to a weapon. It's gotta be a different way of saying bound. Transferred. No, not bound. Confined. Chained. Chained is not bad. It's not technically chained, but that makes it sound like it's actually pretty shit. Tethered could also work. Attached doesn't sound quite dramatic enough, I feel like. Caged. Wired. I think chained is actually a good phrase because it sounds like it's a jail, right? There's a tiny hair. We're creeping closer to. We keep creeping closer to food times. But let's just write a little bit more. I am not a weapon. I am not a weapon. No. Oh my god. Weapon. Renate protested. Protested. I am a spirit of a fey folk. Of a fey folk chained to this vessel. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. Vespa apologized and felt a little bad. Apologized. But then again, he kept calling her faithful. Apologized and that's an A, and felt a little bad. But then again, the spirit kept calling her one of these. One of these. Fayfo. And with that, I'm going to have my food break now. And for the food break, 15 minutes, a little over 15 minutes, 16 minutes. I'm going to put on part 2 of Danger, so enjoy that, guys, and yeah, I'll see you at 15 past 8 CET. Alright, see ya. Most of the town council seemed to be here. In addition to the chapter, Parthisax recognized the local leech's representative knight, the baker, the leader of the town militia, and the only merchant of Ashencross, who so often traveled to and from Cinderhold and even Havenbring with wares. Only the blacksmith seemed to be missing, but Parthisax remembered seeing him on the temple square, leading those going through the rubble. There is no need to assume that the devil himself is involved, the chapter continued in a futile effort to calm down the crowd. But it attacked the temple, someone countered. And it did it with sorcery. No one but the devil uses that. Him and those heretics he's in league with, another one yelled, this time a female. And what about those it killed? Many were our poor beloved children. This statement seemed to set off the crowd even more. If it's not the devil, then it's the ill omen itself. A sudden shocked silence fell over the crowd. Everyone looked to an old farmer who, like Parthisax, initially had gone into town out of curiosity. I know it, you all know it, the farmer continued. The day of judgment is soon here. The ill omen will burn the lands to the ground and clear the soil from our feet to reveal Jehela, so we can all be tormented in the cursed city. Again, let's not be hasty, the poor Jabberta argued. Parthisax had no desire to be in his simple grey robes right now. I have my doubts that we are seeing the day of judgment upon us. We all saw this ill omen send fire into the air as high as the birds can fly, did we not? And it did not try to remove the temple and its square already and the ground under it. The Jabberta beheld the old farmer with a terrified look in his eyes as he couldn't deny the evidence put forth. You forget the water of the well that is now frozen and our brave boys so expertly in maneuver, the Jabberta finally said with a solemn yet triumphant poise. And the souls of our beloved that got sent to haven much too soon, those deeds do not bear the mark of the ill omen. He held the insides of his arms together and lowered his head to touch the clenched fists in a prayer of the 5 pillars, but didn't say anything. The old farmer seemed disgruntled over being challenged. Maybe the devil possessed it, someone suggested from the crowd. I've heard stories of the devil doing that. Well, possessed or not, no one can deny the evil, the old father grumbled. And evil can only be expelled by killing, so I say we need to kill it. The silence ignited once again, and the crowd erupted following the old farmer's raised pitchfork. It didn't matter whether or not this thing was the ill omen, in league with the devil, or just an evil to be exorcised. Jehela was always the destination for the damned. Boil it alive and burn it to make sure the evil is exorcised. Chop off its head and an arm so it matches what it did to our temple's pillars. Bury it alive. Cut off all of its limbs and slowly burn and bury them by each pillar to make sure that the evil is begging for forgiveness. There is no shortage of ways to dispose of this so-called devil, Parthisax thought. When it came to killing, humans always seemed to be masterfully creative. But he still didn't actually know what this thing was, or how it could have set off such a forceful explosion. It being the devil seemed highly unlikely. Parthisax attempted to get a little closer without making himself known. Stretching his neck a little more, he could see it. That which was so horrible, it caused a tight and rowdy gathering to form a perfect half-circle around it. That which was so powerful that it had laid waste to everything around the temple square, and much to the dragon's surprise, the devil that this bloodthirsty crowd was so keen on killing in the most colorful ways was a human child, and a small female one at that, or a little girl as the humans would call it. Right there, in front of the town council's long makeshift table, a very little pale girl was on her hands and knees, listening to the townspeople claim that she was the devil incarnate, and how she could best be killed. Her white hair shielded her face, but small pools of tears had gathered on the beaten earth floor beneath. It dawned on Parthisax that he was in fact witnessing a trial. A twisted sort at that, given how no one seemed to be on the side of the poor girl. Her only defense were streams of tears and a sobbing so low that no one could notice it in the loud tavern. Parthisax didn't like it one bit, though he didn't say anything. He was still curious about how such a small and young being could be capable of so much devastation. "Silence!" the leader of the town militia yelled with enough volume to bring the rowdiness to a halt, something the chapter had failed to do thus far. "It is without a doubt the girl that is the culprit of forbidden sorcery. She was the only one alive after the destruction, and she was found right at the center of the crater by the temple." "So kill it then," one of the townspeople responded. "Kill the devil witch!" "But we will not be the ones to pass the judgment," the town militia's leader continued, ignoring the shout from the crowd. "In cases of witchcraft and sorcery, the Templars will have final say in execution." The crowd turned silent for a moment that surprisingly easy could be construed as if disappointment filled the room. The only thing heard was the irregular sobbing from the little white-haired girl. "Mama!" The silence was broken by a little girl herself, who suddenly turned around and reached for a woman. Looking at the woman's small stature, light brown linen clothing, greasy brown hair and dirty skin, Parthisax guessed her to be quite poor. The woman and the people around her let out an audible gasp as they all took a step back from the girl's stretched arm. Time froze, and one could practically feel how everyone braced himself for another disaster. You are The woman, whom the little girl had called mother, clearly had trouble handling all the attention. "That thing is not my daughter," she finally stammered as she looked at the other townspeople with fear drowning her eyes colored as the sad clouds of autumn. And with them she avoided the hopeless gaze of the little girl who so very clearly did not understand what was going on. Parthisax couldn't help but feel sorry for the little human. "Mama? Not even the devil's mother will take it. That should be proof enough. This is no child anymore, so why wait for the Templars?" a voice in the crammed crowd yelled. "Yeah, let's remove the head from its body and be done with it." It was time to chime in again, it seemed, and multiple loud voices agreed. The little girl was still on her knees and frantically looking around at the crowd, which was getting their unruliness back with her snow-white eyes. White eyes? Parthisax suddenly became more aware of the girl's features when the crying had stopped. Just like, could it be? His thoughts got interrupted as he lost his breath for a moment. He felt that tug on his soul again, stronger than ever this time, and somehow strangely nearer, even though it didn't make much sense and no one else seemed to notice. "If I may interject," said the local liege knight, without actually asking but loud enough to gain the crowd's attention. "The Templars will have been on their way from Cinderhole ever since the explosion, which I am certain that no one in all of Equilisfell could have missed. And given the damage that has been caused to our temple, I'm not so sure they will take too kindly to us regardless." The tavern crowd suddenly looked around with nervousness painted on everyone's faces. "And what if this devil manages to escape before the Templars arrive?" the liege knight continued. "How do you think the Templars' righteous flame will look at us then?" It didn't come as a surprise to Parthisax that the local liege's knight would be the one encouraging the matter to be settled right away. If the rumors were true, he had sought his own baptism of fire to become a Templar himself. Being able to show his conviction and ability to pass swift judgment would therefore serve him well. The hidden, or attempted hidden, scorch mark on his neck supported the gossip. The old woman caught the dragon's eyes as she was leaving the tavern. Parthisax was hit by guilt as she stopped in the frame of the door and gave him a look, to which he immediately turned his own towards the floor. He had never had such a feeling when dealing with humans and their affairs. This time was different, however, and Parthisax did not have to search long for the reason for his guilt. Was he, an outsider, really the only one who could see wrong in this farce taking place inside the tavern? Parthisax tried to lead his thoughts elsewhere in an attempt to escape what he knew had to be done. There seemed to be a strange, dark tinge in the old woman's stare, but on second thought, it was probably just a shadow from her hood, and the old woman had already disappeared into the night before he could examine her further. "The Templars' judgment will be swift and relentless," said the fat council merchant in his purple silken garments. He stared into nothing with terror in his voice.
They might even make an example of us and condemn us all to the broken pillars, the now pale-faced Chapter continued, as if he and the merchant shared the same thought. A nervous chatter quickly spread throughout the gathering like wildfire during a dry summer. It didn't help that the Chapter was now on his knees, arms and hands together, with his prayers running loudly through the tavern. Havenum forunea colonitas. Maybe we're lucky and the king sends paladins instead, the grey blue-eyed baker said with an unconvincing hope in his voice. The paladin order would still pass judgment, even if their reputation isn't as fiery as the Templars. But their order doesn't deal with heretic sorcery or witchcraft in any case, the liege knight said in answer to the baker's fragile optimism. He waited a few seconds, as if in deep thought, before continuing. No, our venerable council member and good Chapter are both right. We cannot risk raining the Templars' wrath down upon ourselves. We must take care of this problem right here and right now. I agree, the militia leader concurred after a few seconds of silence. It didn't take more than that. Between all the cheering, the quickly riled up crowd went back to yelling different and increasingly creative ways to execute the little girl. No one except Parthisax actually paid much attention to the little girl, who was lying on all fours again with her back to the crowd. This time, however, she wasn't crying. Instead, her entire body had started to shake uncontrollably, and the atmosphere in the tavern grew ever more intense, and not just from the violent townspeople. And there it was again, the feeling of one's soul being pulled on. This time the pull was so strong that it felt as if Parthisax's soul itself separated from his body, just for a moment. And this time he definitely wasn't the only one who felt it, as all the people gathered in the tavern had stopped their excited yelling, looking at each other with confusion. In that moment it finally dawned on Parthisax what was happening, or more exactly, what was about to happen. Without much thought for once, the dragon moved out of the shadows, ripping off his long fur cloak and throwing it to the ground behind him in a single motion. "There will be no killing this night," Parthisax shouted with a booming voice, enhanced by his mastery of the winds. "I guess I am interfering with the affairs of these humans after all," the dragon remarked to himself. As he moved forward through the stunned and completely silent crowd, all who were unable to take their eyes off of him, Parthisax made sure to stand up as straight as he could. He may have been old, even for dragon standards, but his scaly body was still muscular beneath the sleeveless and brown woolen tabard, open on either side and held tight by an ornamented belt with a pouch hanging off to the left. The belt itself made its way around Parthisax's waist through two scarred holes at the hip where his body and grey wings met. He was not as impressive in size as his Bume brothers and sisters, but he was still a dragon, and even a drake standing fully up was still towering the tallest of humans. Parthisax had certainly done a great job at drawing attention to himself, the attention he always tried so hard to avoid. But he was nonetheless so successful that even the little girl had stopped shaking. Instead, she watched nervously as Parthisax walked towards her and the crowd moving warily out of his way. The tense atmosphere had been lifted and was replaced by one of slight fear mixed with confusion.
Well, 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 will you look at that? It is over and so is my food break. almost. Well, you know, I had to inhale my food as always, but it's all good because we have some writing to do. And as always, if you want to read the full story, Danger and Fly and Calamity, it is up on my webpage. Oh, no, okay, so that far. Up on my webpage and forgottensongsfantasy.com. Or if you just want to listen to my voice, read up Danger in a, I don't know. It's a better read. I'm better at reading out loud in Danger than I was in Calamity, I think. So that's at least something. Well, it's right there on YouTube, on my channel. So I would strongly urge you to do that, because I'm quite proud of all 3 of my short stories, actually. All right, let's get some music back on. Where were we? Rena just asked Vespa to lift up the hammer. So that's where. We're closing in on the end of page 115. Yes. One of these Fey folk. When I was chained from my mortal vessel, should he name the hammer here? Actually, name the hammer. So the hammer could be called I'm gonna add that. Lift the second sun. And of course, Vespa needs to react to this. Vespa react to name. Lift up the second sun. To my weapon. The elves made it so that only a true Faen, so with that is meant spirit bound Faen, made it so that only, I don't know if I want to say true. True is a bit weird. Do we have anything else? I mean, it does go into the whole the chosen one, right? It's a classic trope. Actual, real, accurate, truth up, truthful, loyal, lawful, blah blah blah. Dead on target, true, good, authentic, maybe, trusty, genuine. Maybe. Let's just go with true for now and then say true and then comment that and say word needed. Only a true. True fan. That's an A. Everyone can see that. Can wield the second son. It was both a precaution and a request. Are you called both? How can you both be called Reynard and the second son? Oh, I'm not the hammer. Again, this, but I wasn't sure what the spirit meant by that. How can you both be called the second son and Renaith. She asked without thinking. Without thinking. Yes. There was a pause. Which Vesper felt as an annoyance. Was an annoyance. From the spirit until he spoke. From the spirit until he spoke. Okay, if I need to keep up the pace, I have 5 minutes to do these lines. Probably not gonna happen, but it's okay. This is definitely, I feel like this is the more difficult chapter, even though it's so much dialogue still. But there's going to be much more exposition than just recapping basically what happened in the chapter previously. This is supposed to be an A. The hammer that I am chained to Renaith put emphasis on the last two words. Emphasis. Yes, that's wrong. Emphasis. On those last two words. Chain 2 was named the second son. By those around me. In the years after. I became the son of the evening. We're just 5 lines. 5 lines away from the pace. Damn it. Right. So I did sort of lose my train of thought because of that. Whoops. Why did they call it that? Vesper asked. Getting a little tired. In her arm. From holding the Warhammer's handle. Why did I suddenly write so small letters? Isn't that just confusing? Isn't that just confusing? With you becoming the son of the evening. Yes, the what's it called? The Warhammer's name is, of course, the Second Son. Is, of course, a potential title for my book. I'm still not sure if it should be the title, but it's a potential one. Miri is back from her food break. How's it going? It's going pretty good, I think. I almost also just came back from my food break. Not too long ago, at least. We're almost at the end of page 15, so we're a little behind pace, but I do feel like this chapter is much more... It's much more exposition, much more trying to drive some plots forward than the last chapter, which was so much more dialogue and a little bit of recap and all that. But I think it's going great. How about with you? Are you still in the writing zone? Or are you going to go into the writing zone? It was called that. It's called like so. I'm going to get back into it, says Miri. Before my break, I was working on chapter formatting. All right. I mean, that's definitely also a big thing. Something that just needs to be done right. I'm very curious to see where I end up with this. So like I mentioned, this chapter 10 here is sort of like a montage chapter. And then chapter 12 and chapter 14 will also be a little bit the same. But my original plan was to have it incorporated into the last chapter. So it would just be like a time skip, basically. Which it sort of is, but this way it's just a chapter on its own. But I'm very curious to see where I end up with that, actually. And I'm also very curious to get some tea. Good sweet cherry tea. Oh. Please don't hit my book. Hot water. Also, that was quite dumb, using my hand like this instead of the actual fucking handle. It was called like so. In respect to the twin sons. Actually, do the Fayans? They would probably call them something else. But I'm not going to figure that out now. Fayan word. Twin sons above. those who made sure made sure to keep the shadows. For God's sake, I don't know what's going on with my terrible handwriting right now. Shadows. There we are. Everyone can see that says shadows, and it's all right. Shadows, and that means that was the end of page 115, and we move on to 116. Oh, yep. Just trying to dry it a little bit before we move on. Keep the shadows at bay. Long enough for us to intervene. Let's go with intervene, but I'm not sure that's the right word I'm looking for. I don't want him to say here, like, I don't want him to say, like, the shadows we fought or something. I'm on chapter 16, says Miri, and you're on page 116. You know, that's what they say, great writers think alike and are at similar places in their books, right? Totally. One of the better sayings I've heard, if I should say so myself. Vesper didn't get a chance. Vesper didn't get a chance to ask about what he meant before Reina continued. With no regards to her. Regards to her. I'm over 46,000 words now. Nice. Well done. Well done. That's super cool. Doesn't it feel great? I mean, it felt so great yesterday for me when I was sure that I passed 40,000 words. Like, you can actually see the end is in sight for me, I feel like. Yeah, it feels amazing. Yeah, exactly. It's so good to hear. I had this weird... As I was cleaning my house today, my apartment today, I had this weird thought, like, I can't believe I still have 9 days left. Like, that's so much. But then I also thought, there's only 9 days left. This time next week, you're going to be on the second to last day of this challenge. That's weird. I've been sitting here almost every day, grinding it out, and just like thinking in a week it's almost over. What on earth is that all about? It's been great though, great fun, and I'm so happy and proud that I'm doing it. Of course, next Saturday I won't be live, but I should be next Sunday on the final day of this novel November NaNoWriMo NaNo 2.0 challenge. My software says I'm on page 140, says Miri. Well done. Congrats on that. I feel like that's a congrats. And a little bit of a clap too. That is awesome. So you basically already have a small book, right? I'm just gonna make 0, 3, 14. Nano almost over. No regards to her. Could we say something like, and I liked it, I thought it was cool? Miri says it's just the start, I'm gonna stop distracting us now. No, you can distract all you want. That's great. I love distractions when they come from chat. Especially when it's great updates like that. Then we really love distractions. So I wasn't actually. Okay, I think I saved it. Actually involved. Whew. I gotta say, I think I'm getting better the more I do write cursive, but wow, it is such a challenge when you haven't done it in forever. I mean, sure, that was a bit weird, but that was saved. But it's fun. It's actually really fun. Honing your cursive skills. In the naming. But I do, I do find it fitting even if the name is far from Faen. It's outside the Faens, outside our religion. Yes. Isn't formed, isn't related. Well, I guess they would somehow relate the suns. Let's just go with formed. Yeah. From the great cycle, from anything, from anything, the great cycle. The great cycle. The great cycle. Vesper repeated. This spirit had so many. This spirit had so many names. Had so many names and new things. And Vespa found it, and we already said Vespa up there. She found it endlessly fascinating. She found it all endlessly fascinating. Almost as if she was told, if she was told a new adventure of Cyaniel. Adventure of Cyaniel. Yes. Yes. The great cycle. Renee said with a hint of impatience. Hint of impatience. Impatience. I will tell you all about it. I will surely tell you all that you will want to know. But first, try to lift it. Try to lift it. Then we will take it from there. Whatever. Then we will see what needs to be done. Down. I don't. That last sentence is a bit weird, isn't it? I don't know. Weird. Oh. This was the, yeah, we've written 3 pages, 3.5 out of 3.5 so far. Okay. Vespa's heart started pounding again at once. Pounding again at once. Though she wasn't quite sure why. Though she wasn't quite sure why. It was almost the same feeling as when she had first discovered that Rene's voice came from the weapon. When she had first discovered that Rene's voice had come from the hammer, from the warhammer. And just like that time, and just like back then, pearls of cold sweat in the damp catacombs. It's been so long since we said the word catacombs. Began to form on her forehead. I guess you should start narrating again. It's been a while since she's narrated anything, but also that's part of, I figured today actually, I never really thought of it before. I don't want Vesper to completely lose her storytelling ability, quirk. But I think I would like for her to not relying on it when she needs to be brave, right? So I'm going to slowly fade out her need to summon her persona, Vesper of the Vigorous Oath. So when we add the climax, she just does stuff, right? A bit like when in Up, Pixar's movie from 2008. Oh God, it's been so long. Oh my God, I think that's right. Or was it 2011? Doesn't matter. Pixar's Up with Carl, the main character, who we see in the beginning. He is old and tired, and his body doesn't really work well, right? He needs the lift down the stairs. He can barely get out of bed in the morning. And then towards the end of the film, he is running around. He's carrying a house with him and running around chasing the bad guy and Doug and Kevin and Russell on the big blimp. Like, he basically found his second youth in that movie, right? And that's so beautiful. And I kind of think I want something like that to happen in our story, that Vesper becomes brave, basically, right? Without the need to summon her external persona. That could be a cool short form video, I think. 3:33. Vesper's persona fading plus up reference. Yes. Just gonna pour myself more tea. With a lemon of the golden wing right behind her. Although a con to that that thought I just hadn't explained so thoroughly. It is a quirk that I really like, that she narrates this stuff. But I mean, it could go into like her becoming confident and narrating when she's feeling confident. That could be kind of fun. So she's instead of using it with she's afraid, she uses it to overcome fear. She uses it to show confidence in a later book. Yeah, I think that could work. Vesper started to narrate. In a voice barely more than a whisper. In a voice barely more than a whisper. Her eyes fixated on the warhammer's handle. Warhammer's handle. As her left hand slowly approached, as her right hand? No, left hand. Left hand slowly approached. Vesper of the vigorous oath. Vesper of the vigorous oath. And then he interrupts her, Renaith. He interrupts her with like, "Oh, I didn't know you had a title. I didn't know the two of you had titles. I didn't realize that the two of you had titles. Damn it! Renaid asked, surprised. Asked in a surprise. We have another surprise. Maybe a bit more, not shocked, not awe. A bit less than surprised. That's what I'm looking for. Revelation, sensation, upheaval, unexpectedness, marvel, shocker, surprise, delight. Oh, delight. Actually, let's go with delight. That's asked in a delighted manner. Vesper immediately felt a little embarrassed. Immediately felt a little embarrassed. Which I found out yesterday. Both have 2 R's and 2 S's. So, you know, that's great. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Not realizing. That she had started her narration. She had started her narration. We don't she admitted. But instead of waiting for an answer, instead of waiting for an answer. Are we running out of ink? I feel like the letters look, they're not as thick as they have been, and they look a little less black as well. If so, then that is very, very soon, because it shouldn't be until page 120 or something like that, if we were to keep up the same cadence. But instead of waiting for an answer, she continued. Whisper of the vigorous oath. Were no stranger to such artifacts. As the one she was tasked to lift. Dot dot dot. Her left hand found its place next to the right. Just below just below the hammerhead shaped like a tree trunk. The hammerhead shaped like a tree trunk. Oh, hello, Flame. Welcome to the chat and welcome to the stream. Saying hello, streamer. What are you doing? I am writing my very first book, a fantasy novel that in a fantasy universe that I've come up with, and I'm doing it as part of what is called the NaNoWriMo challenge, or was called. Now, Novel November. It's like if you're an illustrator, you probably know of Inktober, but it's like 30 days of November, write an entire book. Blaze Flame says, writing with a fountain pen, a man of my own heart. Thank you. Yeah, I think it's really fun to do as well. It has such a nice feel to it when you write, and just the whole thing about writing by hand, writing the first draft by hand, I think there's just some really tactile to it, right? It feels great. I'm happy that you're glad as well. The hammerhead shaped like a tree trunk. Like the trunk of a tree trunk. before being able to lift the hammer. The Warhammer. Oh my god, it really did die there. Wow. That was terrible ink cartridge. There was like 4 pages below what the others have managed to do. Flaze Flame says, I've written like 1,000 pages on fountain pen. The only annoying thing is waiting for it to dry. My hand smudges it every bloody time. Well, yeah, there are, as I've said on multiple occasions, it is indeed a bit of a smudge city. Especially, let me just, oh, that was wrong. But I don't think it's too bad. I actually don't think it's too bad. I don't know, I've only ever used this type of fountain pen. It's a cheap Lamy one. But it actually dries quite fast, I think. Another cartridge, nice. It could be the difference in paper. I mean, it could be, but I was pretty certain that it's the same type of paper and the same book. The same type of book, because I actually went online just to find this book. I have the first one here. Just to make sure that I found the right one, so I could keep my first draft in the same looking books. So that is weird, but it is definitely much more ink is coming onto the paper from like in the beginning of this book than what has been done in this book. I guess it could be a difference in paper, because I think I bought the first book here in like a year, 2 years ago or something, and then this one was bought a couple of weeks ago, so they could have done something. It could definitely have done something. The company who makes them. Flaze Flame says, this is making me more happy than it should, or is it making you just the right amount of happy? Because I'm very happy doing this, and it makes me happy that you guys are happy. Cheers. Just a nice, chill happiness on a Saturday evening. Well, evening for me at least. Why did I write the twice? The Warhammer. I plan to write my book, says Flaze Flame, in one notebook, and bought another one because it was way too small. He brings me peace, says Miri. Oh my god, that's so cute. Thank you. Yeah, Flaze Flame, I had the same, I don't know, issue, but there's definitely something to it that, I mean, when you have to write an entire book, right, you want to have plenty of space. But on the other hand, filling this one out from start to finish, of course I only write on every second page because of the ink, but there's just something amazing to it when we finally changed book to this one. That was goddamn wild. Is this your first draft? It is indeed. And then my plan, as I've done with 3 short stories so far, is to, after the first draft is finished, I digitize them. So, you know, copy them everything over into the computer, and then in the doing of that process, digitizing, I actually already start my first review and edit of the book, the story, which I think works really, really well. And that's sort of a unforeseen plus side of writing it by hand in the first place. But yes, this is indeed my first draft. And not only is it the first draft, as I don't know how much you know to NaNoWriMo, but the challenge is to write 50,000 words, as you can see down there, during the days of November. So there is a little bit of, I might be rambling more than I would have usually, just because I need to fill out words. Flame, you're a lot smarter than me. Started with short stories, I started with the harder genre and a full novel in mind. I designed this to be torture for myself. Yeah, we do that sometimes, don't we? I'll tell you why I'm not smarter. That is so me, says Miri. I'll tell you where I'm not smarter, because I have this fantasy world, fantasy universe in my mind that I want to show and write stories in and expand. So my original idea was to make 10 short stories, one for each of the different species of this world, that explained their culture and their religion and their way of life, not through like a dictionary type way, but you know, through how they spoke, how they talked, what it was about. So naturally. And I've written 3. I've written one for dwarves, humans, and dragons. And then I'm almost done with the 4th one. That was before I started this one. But there is so much background lore that I need to do for each species. My original plan was to have all 10 short stories done before I would start with a full novel, and I could just feel by the end of the 3rd one, maybe the middle of the first draft of the 4th one, that okay, this is going to take me 5 years or something to finish. And then a good friend of mine challenged me to do this challenge, and I was like, okay, let's make the first book in a month then. Flame says space opera. I'm telling the grandest story, and I was an amateur writer, but after 2 years, I think I cracked it. Took a lot of brute force and pain, but I'm currently editing the last draft right now. Ooh, well done. That deserves an applause. Well done. Yeah, 2 years. That's a long time on one thing, right? But it's so. Like, just the fact that you can say you're on the last draft, that's gotta feel so nice. I know it feels nice for my short stories when I finally press that publish button onto my website. And I mean, I'm just me working on it, so it's not like I have editors or anything, right? But yeah, that is so cool. Like Miri said, I can't wait to move into edits. Oh yeah, it's both a cool feeling, Miri, but it's also terrible because it can get so tedious because you're editing the same thing over and over and over again. I think that's where you really find out if you want to be a writer or not. Flame, this is a 700-page novel. Space opera is so bloody complex. 700 for a first book, dude. That's wow. That's crazy. Hey, but hey, you're on the last draft. That's wild. Honestly. I think if that was me, I would probably have split it up into either 2 or 3 parts, and then figure out a way to have 3 cool storylines in it. But okay, that's of course just me. 700 pages. That's wild. That's wildly cool. And wild, just wild. Where were we here? Before being able to lift the Warhammer. Comma. Flame says, yeah, enjoy first draft. Once you get into the trenches, you'll be facing all the problems today, but 10 times worse without inspiration. Talk to other people. You're not getting through alone. I mean, definitely not if you have 700 words you have to go through. Also, just like when you stare yourself blind to something. But it's a very, very good, advice there. Talk to people. Or even like we discussed yesterday, have a different project. Have 2 different projects going on at the side. So when you feel stuck, when you feel uninspired, when you feel it's too tedious to edit, jump over into the other projects and have a little bit of fun there. Before being able to lift the warhammer, that's supposed to be a comma. Why are you not? Vespa had to drag it out from the statue of Renaith's hand. Statue of Renaith's hands. Flame says, truth be told, this is the second day I continued editing after a month of being uninspired. All it took was a good author friend of mine to slap me out of the burnout. Yeah, sometimes I can only imagine when you have such an epic work that it can be daunting to get back into it if you take a break from it, or like you said, like if you feel burnout. But I'm happy that you're back. Miri says, I am 140 pages into what I think will be 600 or more pages. I really chose a rough first book. I'm grateful to my girlfriend, she lets me run past all my crazy plotting. Yeah, it's so good to have someone in your life you can talk to about it, right? Who actually is interested. I also have a friend of mine who loves reading books, fantasy in particular. And he actually gave me my first constructive criticism, and it felt amazing to get. Like a lot of my friends and family, sure there were really good comments, like, oh, I didn't know you could write something like that, and wow, I'm so impressed. But okay, but what wasn't good about it? This was my first time writing anything. There's gotta be something bad, and no one really said anything, so I was like, okay, either it's quite shit, so they don't know how to tell me that, or I'm just the world's greatest writer. And I guess it was the second one. Flame says, rough book, I understand that so much. Yeah, it sounds like you guys are pretty much in the same trenches. But yeah, Miri, I think you should look into, because it's your first novel, I think you should maybe look into trying to make a 2-parter, a duology. And just so that right now you say you're 140 pages into what might be 600 pages. If you only had to write 300 pages, you were basically halfway there instead of 1/4. Sure, you probably need to change your story a bit to make an actual ending with a cliffhanger in the middle. But our writing is all about rewriting. It's already a trilogy. Yeah. Okay. Oh, right. Well, yeah. You know best. So I'm not gonna butt in. I do think it is actually quite important to get something physical, to get something done. so you don't burn out. All will be near 500 pages or more. Damn! Fletcher said it's quite shit. The people saying their first drafts are masterpieces are the greatest liars known to man. Yeah. Well, except for this first draft, of course, that is a masterpiece, I'm sure. No, it's like Brandon Sanderson says, right? He has a 5-book rule. That is, write 5 books, and then you can think about being published, because you need to find out, not that you shouldn't try to get your other works published, but after 5 books, you really know how you work best as a writer. You know your routines, you know how to set up a story, you know how to pay off a story, you know how to design characters and all that. So I think that's a good, maybe not thinking that, oh no, I have to write 5 novels before anything can happen and I can potentially make a living out of it. I guess we all dream of that, right? But it's also sort of comforting, I think, to know, to just tell yourself that you're just doing this for fun and don't think about it getting published anytime soon. Flame says, I'll feed you a bone. It is a masterpiece. Don't let me read. After I read my first draft, I'll become so blunt about first drafts. You know what? I could use, like I said, I could use some constructive criticism from time to time. But yeah, maybe not on the first draft right now. Just, we just need to get the words done. But you are more than welcome to read my short stories on my webpage. It's right there. Now I totally forgot where we were. She could feel his anticipation almost as if the spirit was the spirit was holding his breath. The spirit was holding his breath. Fletcher say, to tell you straight, what you're writing is a story that you'll read, not others, though you need to edit it. Yeah, of course. 100% agreed. I mean, I would love for others to read it, but I'm writing it for myself in the first place, and then after the first draft is done, I'm going to continue working on it, and then hopefully get something cool out of it, right? Miri says, this is actually the 5th book that I've attempted. I look back at my old rewriting and heart cringe. No, you need to be proud of who you are and what you did, no matter what. I totally get what you're saying, because when I look back on my gaming YouTube channel and I watch the first videos that I made there that I was so proud of back then when I made them over 10 years ago. That's 11 years ago. I was so proud of them, and then I look back and they were just shit. So I totally get what you mean, but at the same time, had I not started, I never would have learned. I never would have gotten to the point where I am now. So I think there's a lot of value in that. I will be returning to those books with more knowledge. That's a great mindset, I think. Definitely. I think that's a real good mindset. Holding his breath. Vesper of the vigorous oath. She whispered again. And grabbed around the handle, around the handle the best she could. No, the handle with all her might. No. How the hell do you say that? Miri says they all connect. Like I've said, plot webs. Yeah, cool. Blaze Flames, all authors have different paths, whether it's short stories, random stories, or for failed books, the result is the same. Enough passion to keep torturing yourself for the joys of others reading it. Honestly, I've also, especially the last couple of years, I think I've finally started my writing journey at the end of 2021. Very end of 2021. So a little over 3 years now, and I think I've fallen massively in love with just the process of it, of writing. Yeah, sure, there are days where I just don't feel like it. A lot of days where I just don't feel like writing or editing or coming up with background lore or something. But overall, it feels amazing. I found that when I write, I can really enter my flow state, and I think that's, I mean, just finding that is a great win in itself, right? Something you find so interesting that you just can write almost without thinking. So I'm very happy about it. I'm very happy to have found that. Grabbed around the handle with a strong grip. Let's go with that, with a strong grip. So that's definitely a big grab. Strong grip. Grab and grip. Basically two same words. And then Vesper summoned all her might. Vesper summoned all of her might. And then Vesper summoned all of her might. So much that none of the paladins would have been able to withstand it, would have been able to withstand it. At least that's what she thought herself. That's what it felt like. She pulled and pulled and was sure that the wooden warhammer would give in. Flame says, there is also one other thing. You will keep thinking about background lore until the very final edit. It took me the first draft and second draft and third final to figure out the character arc of one guy. He was complicated to say the least. That's nice though, like, because you figure it out in the end, right? So that feels really good. I've also experienced writing this, that I've come up with plot points and twists and turns that I didn't plan for, but I think makes much more sense than what I originally planned for this book, and also for book 2 and 3 in this trilogy. Just by writing, it's sort of suddenly it popped into my head, like, oh my god, this makes sense. Miri says, I love stepping into my characters' heads, love playing with it to see how they react. I wanted to be a writer since I was very little, like 5. I couldn't change it for the world. Flame says, that's the best part, fleshing out the characters so you can read and act like them. Also, I feel like when I write the story, the character that I originally intended and that I, for example, that I wrote here in my persona document, with appearance and temper and value, needs and goals and desires and all that, they're not the character that they end up after I've written the story, because I figure out, oh, she would rather do this, or he would rather do that, right? That's really fun. It's cool to know that you wanted to be a writer since so young, Miri. Yeah, writing changes plans a lot. Yeah, definitely. I remember I actually really enjoyed writing when I was in school. I think when I wrote my first free-form essay in like 4th grade or something, it was a carbon copy of A Link to the Past, but my teacher didn't know that, and she was so impressed that she read it aloud to the rest of the class, which I was very proud of back then. And then I sort of forgot about it. I mean, every time we had a free-form essay, I really liked it, but I always said to myself, I can't do this. And it wasn't until 3 years ago, when I was 33, that I realized, why can't I do this? It actually took, so it's a little bit a bizarre way of finding it, but I had this within a span of 12 months. I lost my bird, family's dog, and my grandmother. And for each one of them, I wrote like an obituary, like a way to remember them, on my Facebook page. And one of my family friends was like, dude, you're really good with words. And I figured, wow, I actually really enjoyed this. Why am I not? And I used to enjoy writing. Why am I not doing this? And then I finally took it up and actually started doing it. Faith said, I wanted to be an artist before realizing how awful I was. And then I realized my entire life that I was the perfect writing machine. Can I just say, writing is also an art? So you know, you still have the soul of an artist. You're just a different expression. Miri says, I would not have guessed you to be 33. I'm 36 actually. It was 33 when I started my journey into fantasy writing. Finally started it. Well, thank you. I was chasing the wrong hobby or skill. You know what? I also really enjoy making videos, and that was also a skill that I really loved. And I think I'll keep doing it, so I don't know if it was chasing the wrong thing for me, but yeah. Yes, I realized that. I was just pushing the cube in the circle. Yeah, in circle hole the entire time. That's one way to look at it. Fun way to look at it. But a good thing that you finally found the circle. Or the cube. The cube hole, the square hole for your cube. Okay, I need to go back to this. Because I've fallen out of pace quite a lot, I think. Mira says, I've always been very creative. I dip into it in a lot of ways. Can't paint though. I can draw a little bit. I quite like drawing. I thought I would be an animator at one point, and then I realized I don't want to do something that tedious. Facebook says I have enough artistic ability to make maps, and that's enough for me. Star maps are somehow more fun than fantasy maps. Well, that's good. It's a good thing that you're writing a space opera then, when you find star maps funnier, better, funnier to do. And I need to make maps. I need to make maps so bad for my story, for my universe. But it's not gonna be until after this November challenge. But it didn't. It didn't. Not even a little bit. Vespa kept pulling. Trying to somehow summon even more strength. Somehow summon is with a U. Summon even more strength. Even more strength. And yet to no avail. To no avail. The wooden warhammer did not budge. Boom. That was page 116. And we are moving on to page 117. Flatestream asks, oh, Miri said, okay, I'm gonna head back to my book now. It's cool that you like star maps though. I'm gonna need to learn more about those because I'll need it later on. Good writing, Miri. Happy writing. And Flatestream says, what's your genre? Is it my genre or Miri's? Because mine is fantasy, if you haven't already noticed from the words Paladin and Warhammer and Vigorous Oath. It did not budge. That was 4 pages, by the way. So we only have 1 page and a little more left until the end of the day. Miri says it isn't just one, it's a mesh of them. It's a mesh of all the genres, and it sounds bloody cool. Flame asks, what's the main one, like the one that takes the center stage, if there is one? Vespa had to let go in the end. With a loud ugh. With a loud, how the hell do you say that? Ugh. What a word. What a word right there. Ugh. The only problem was that she loosened her grip on the handle before having regained any sort of balance, before having regained any sort of balance. Oh my god, come on. It's not that difficult to write balance. Miri says, for the first book I said mystery, the second book will lean more romance, and the third one dystopian. Ooh. I can picture it now, says Place Flames. Nice. Any sort of balance. That didn't depend on the hammer itself. Word. I feel like it's a bit of a strange phrasing, but yeah. And so suddenly found herself tumbling backwards. Tumbling backwards. The fourth leans hard fantasy, fifth sci-fi, and sixth very much sci-fi and fantasy both. That is where the star maps are going to be needed. Flame, the funny thing, I think my incessant addiction to story breakdowns have helped me build realistic characters. Without them, I would just be lost trying to grasp space opera. I mean, that's sort of the thing that you suddenly start to almost, you know, realize without thinking of it. I remember when I took a media and film science class in university, and one of the first things that the lecturer said was that, I'm sorry, after this course, after this class, you'll never be able to enjoy a movie the same way again by just enjoying it. And he was right, but I do find a lot of joy in when I'm watching a movie, thinking about, oh, why are they setting the characters up like this? Why are the characters here now? Why are they using that transition and not that transition? You know, all these types of things. And you sort of make yourself a little guessing game. I remember I guessed the twist of Pixar's Coco like like halfway through the movie. And I was very proud when it turned out to be true. Miri says, I asked myself, how complex of a story could I make? And you chose the hardest one you could figure out. Flame, you really are a man of my own heart. Ah. Oh, you. But yeah, I find that really fun. Sitting there guessing. And I do it with books as well. Though I do need to become a better reader, just a better at picking up a book and just sit down to read. There's so many other things that I want to do, like write myself. But I need to read books to become a better writer. But then I don't have enough time to write. It's a circle. It's a vicious circle. Oof. She exclaimed. As she hit the black stone floor. Black stone floor. Almost. I need another word for hit. Banging into, almost colliding. Let's go with colliding. That's a fun word. Almost colliding. Might not be the best word, but it's a fun word. Almost colliding with the tomb of who would that be? I think it would be Tristan. Whoops, there it was. Smudge City! Luckily it was only just a full stop, so it's fine. Almost colliding. Over by Rene's tomb. Whoops, tomb the Warhammer was shaking and humming away. Shaking and humming. No. Humming. That's a U. Nobody can read that. At least to me myself. Humming away. Flame says, I will go silent. Have the last. One last page to complete. Each one takes like 1 hour, at least while I'm still finding the writing groove. Grand words and passages take grand time and mental tolls. I'm with you there. I'm even just on my first draft, and yeah. But it's great that you found some time to pop by and chat, Flame. That was awesome. And now, get back to your writing, to your last page, and complete it. The very last one. It sounds amazing. Sounds awesome. So you better get it done. Shaking and humming away. Oh, that's not a Vespa with a W. Vespa had to take a moment. Flame says, let me give an excerpt. I want you to understand how complicated space opera bloody is. I really freaked myself for picking it. Best decision ever. Well, you're most welcome to send me an excerpt. Yeah, I would love that. I mean, I think my email address should be on the YouTube page. What else? Let me just write it in. Isn't it? Maybe it's in customization. We need a Discord. Maybe we just need a Discord. Yeah, that's probably the better one. It's short but enough. Okay. Flame says, excerpt is, Edward was sent into his silence. Nicholas was at last affected. He further lowered his head. Though faced Edward, tears would not flow, but worsening thoughts that challenged everything. Ooh. That is indeed a pretty good excerpt. And even in, is that, what do you have, what is it, 145 characters or something for a YouTube live stream comment? That's nice. But yeah, 700 pages of that. I can imagine it takes a toll. It's pretty good though, just from that little excerpt. Edward was sent into his silence. Nice, very nice. Had to take Vespa here. She had to take a moment. To get herself together. before realizing. That Rena's voice was nowhere in her head, was nowhere in her head. Playstream says, I've found that at random. I'm at chapter 10. I got 21 more to go. Yeah, well, you're almost halfway there. Miri says, let me find something. Yes, please. This is fun. Getting a little bits of what you guys are writing. It's very fun. Was just nowhere. Flame says, I hated the first 10. I love the later battles as later chapters as actually battles. The thing I love more than characters. I'm a little bit scared of battles and action. Because I don't know, I feel like I'm much better at writing dialogue. So when I had to write my first action sequence in my short story Fly, I was really nervous. But I think it turned out alright. Miri says, did he know what it's like to slowly lose everything? To be forced to live with complete strangers for what seemed like worthless, nonsensical reasons. To have to leave the home that you've known your whole life. To have to hide to protect yourself. To compromise your own morals to stay alive. Nice. There you go. That's very nice. Very nice as well. All of those are good questions. It's very dramatic, very tense, I think. And yeah, you only have 600 of those pages to write, Miri. That's no problem at all. She got up and ran back over Mir says it's a paragraph in chapter 1. Flame. Beautiful, let's not show off too much. He's gonna have a writing crisis later. Ha! I already have a writing crisis. That's why I'm just rambling. I've been rambling for 40,000 words. No. And ran back over to grab the warhammer. The warhammer's handle once again. Okay, so Reyna is here. Let's have a little bit of that I talked about earlier. Reyna is here. His quirk that he keeps forgetting that his spirit is bound to the weapon, so he often talks. So we need to go like into the middle of a sentence. Miri says, thanks guys. I really love my character's thoughts. I think she's captured perfectly. Nice. You're welcome. It sounded interesting at least. So, you know, well done. So what's the sentence that we drop right into the middle of? He of course needed to know if she was a Fey folk. So something like that. Maybe he's not totally discouraged from it. Yeah, let's something like that. So it's going into like "ot" in the middle of the word "but." Ot, you did say that you were without a spirit bound that you were without a spirit bound, and so very naive. Voice was already talking. And then Vespa could hear him again. Hear him again as she before she interrupted him. Before she broke in. I don't know, I feel like we use interrupted every time. Interrupted him. Yeah, could there be a different word here? Word? Maybe. That's for future Thomas to find out. I'm sorry. Vespa explained. I lost my grip. I lost my grip and couldn't hear you. I see. The spirit answered as if it served. As if something. As if he hadn't realized she was gone. Realized that she was gone. I was just saying that we shouldn't worry. You might still indeed be Fae folk. You might still indeed be a Fae folk. Just one that isn't like the rest of us, isn't like the rest of us. Vesper felt bad. Much like when her older sister wanted her to feel wanted her to feel not feel like, but to feel the blessed water. The only difference was no, that's not supposed to be cursive. Damn it. I don't want to rewrite that. There's no reason. Not cursive. Not cursive. Exclamation mark. The only difference was that she definitely couldn't fake this. She definitely couldn't fake moving the hammer. Couldn't fake moving the hammer. Whoops. Flame says, you know what? I can't write. I've been writing for 3 hours at midnight. I'll just hang around. Well, you're most welcome to Flame. Definitely. And I get what you mean. Sometimes your brain just turns into mush after writing for hours on end. When I had the first NaNoWriMo stream on the 1st of November, I sat for 8 hours and I was just like, I don't know why, but I wanted to, well, first of all, I wanted to start off great by putting in some time and go as far as possible, but I was struggling, especially around after hour 3, because that was how long I usually done on live streams before that. But I mean, it has gotten better. So right now, I'm not feeling too bad with the mushy brain. She definitely couldn't fake moving the hammer. She wasn't sure why. Since she didn't even know what a faith, since she didn't even know what the faith folk really were, or if she wanted to be one of them. Or if she indeed wanted to be one of them. Indeed wanted to be one. But she felt like she was letting another person down, like she was letting another person down. Another person down. Miri says, actually Flame said, let me give you more excerpts, but instead of good ones, my first draft ones. You'll subconsciously compare yourself to mine, so compare it to something your own size. Miri says, remember to hydrate. I want this to show just how crap I was before as well. You know what, yes, of course, Miri, I will remember to hydrate. I have water right here, thank God. And secondly, Flame, don't be so hard on yourself. Sure, you can spot errors and all that, but I do think it's important to be proud of where you've come from. Because like you said, there's a big chance that it was shit in the beginning. But you still got through it. And you did something you're really proud of. So you should be proud of that first thing in the first place. I'm sorry. Vespa had a hard time. Fighting back tears. Fighting. Back. She really hated that feeling. That feeling. I kind of forgot about lemon and all of this. I guess lemon wakes up. Let's bring him in here, and as if sent at just the right time. Lemon came flying. To sit on her crimson locks, crimson head. Whistling, comforting tweets, whistling, comforting tweets that Vespa couldn't help but smile at. Couldn't help but smile at. Flame, this excerpt is the main difference. No, that was not the excerpt. Okay, the main difference really between the first and last draft of mine is just in the first draft it's condensed to one paragraph, where in the last it's an entire scene. Okay, yeah, that's. I feel like that's when I start to describe scenery as well. Like, of course, there's a limit to how much you should describe, right? But I feel like that's one of my Achilles' heels. It's describing the scene in an interesting way, even. Yeah. But it does sort of expand when I realize it and I actually do it. There is no need to say so. Look at how close we are to the 5th page, to the end of the 5th page. As we are 15 minutes behind our pace, our usual pace. But then again, we've had some nice chats, some nice discussions today, so. And it is a very different chapter than chapter 9 was, I feel like. Describing scenes is just making up crap that fits into the setting. Well, sure, but it also helps the reader with their imagination, right? And you want something that they can hang on to, I guess. But yeah, there's a balance to be had, of course. For example, George R. R. Martin, he loves describing food for paragraphs upon paragraphs, and it's just like, dude, come on. The Vespa couldn't help but smile at. There's no need. There's no need to be sad. Raina is reassured. Raina is reassured. Nor a reason to apologize. To apologize. You are not the first. You are not the first to have attempted to pick up this warhammer. And have failed. I'll tell you that much. I'll tell you that much. That much. Vesper felt a little comforted. Vesper felt a little comforted knowing that. By Rene's words, Rain words. Spaceman says, I accidentally found one of the funniest scene building ever. Nice. Man, you're really hyping up this excerpt from your very first draft. I was describing just how powerful X ship was, about how it survived millennia against enemies, devastated entire navies, and the next paragraph is explaining in full detail how they are obliterated. So a little bit of a juxtaposition in 2 paragraphs. Cool. I love those. And also the chirpings raining down from above. Raining down from above. Will you She timidly began to ask will you still tell me about the Fae folk? Even if Vespa wasn't one of them, wasn't sure that she was one of them. She still found what the spirit in the Warhammer spirit had told. Very interesting. Interesting. Flame says, I don't know if I did it intentionally, but I do remember that the explanation about the ship was from another chapter, and I was saving it until this moment where I put it after the obliteration scene. I mean, it could be intentional. You should give yourself some credit. I'm sure it was intentional from past you. You had a plan. You had a grand plan for everything. So yeah, here we want to transition from this failed attempt at lifting the Warhammer and into, let's have the chapter overview, into Vesper learning to communicate with Reynade without touching the weapon. So I thought we could do that while Reynade told her about Feyfolk and what they were and how they live, who they are, how they live, what they believe in, and all that jazz. Blaze Flame says, considering I'm only 9.5 chapters complete, I'm gonna use my second draft instead. The later chapters are usually better. You know what? I mean, we're waiting. Just I'm very, very interested to see what you have, and if it's as bad as you say. Well, I guess the second draft is going to be better than the first one. If you would indeed still still like to hear it, then yes. I will tell you everything you want to know. Everything. That you want to know. Okay, Blaze Flame, here it is. In unison, the Armada fired a great salvo at the escaping fleet. Their wall of fire crashed directly onto the flanking war frigates, and explosions engulfed the fleet as the barrage pierced the... Next comment. Barrage pierced the behemoth warships with ease. The shells left devastation in their wake as war frigates were ripped and halved, whilst the destroyers continue. I mean, it's I don't think it's half bad. It's a little long. Like, it's just one long sentence, right? And I do that all the time in the first draft as well. But it's very dramatic. It's very, very describing. I think it's pretty good. But then again, I'm just starting out writing my first novel, so what do I know? I think it sounds pretty cool. But yeah, it's almost too dramatic. Then again, it is the ending scene. It's meant to be dramatic, yeah. But it's like every words between commas, every sentence between commas. Well, I guess it's everything is. Oh, the whole thing is a sentence, but it's trying to be more dramatic than the next, almost, or than the previous one. So I can see what you mean, but I mean, for a second draft, it's pretty good, I would say. I would definitely say, yeah. So yeah, I don't think you're half as bad as you think you were. Vesper thought a little bit about what the things were. Well, this is a terrible sentence. Rephrase. Mir says, my whole book is dramatic. It's like the Get Psyched mix from How I Met Your Mother. Like, Barney says that a Get Psyched mix, people say that a good mix should have highs and lows, but he's like, he wants them to be all rise. That's basically your book, Miri. Let me just finish this sentence here. Vesper thought a little bit about what the things were. That's very naive. Alright, that was page 117 and the 5th page of the day, if I'm not mistaken. And if I am mistaken, then I'm really behind pace. So page 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. No, what? No, it's 5. Yeah, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Yes. So I'll just continue a little bit more, and then I'll probably end for the day. Renate had told her about. Had told her about. Flays Flame said their swift vengeance delivered doubled on the frigate fleet as devastation and great fireballs erupted from the ships. Their salvos eventually ran out, and the aftermath that they had left resembled the carnage that was brought to them first. Nicholas stared endlessly at the outcome, though he was neither pleased nor saddened. I mean, it sounds cool, but like I said before, it is really long sentences. But yeah, it does sound. It sounds nice. It's like you said, it's the ending, so it's supposed to be dramatic, which it most definitely is. Miri says we've distracted you today. It's fine. Like I say, it's fine. It's okay. I like talking to you guys, and I probably also need to learn to just say, I need to write a little bit and then we'll talk. But right now I'm enjoying myself and having fun. And that's what it's all about. Flame, this is after they get hit first, so the reader is expecting one satisfying outcome. Okay, yeah. But there's also, of course, there's a lot of context that I don't know, that we don't know about, right? So it can be a little bit difficult to judge just from that. I told you space opera is grand. Well, yeah, that was you did not lie there. Space opera. I don't think I've heard of that genre before. It sounds fun. She just opened her mouth to ask, but was once again interrupted by him. Before you ask, Renee said, in Vesper's mind, just a little reminder where that it's a voice in her head. Flame says the first pages are slow and the ending pages are just insane. I didn't plan for it, but it just happened. I mean, sometimes you just have to go with the flow, right? So Miri says, okay, I really gotta log in for a while. Do it, I believe in you. Don't let us distract you, just log in. I have another thing that I would like to try out. Before to try out before telling you what you want to know, as I'm telling you. As I tell you everything. You everything. Everything that you want to know. Would you be up for that? Would you be up for that? Flame says, other context as well, the final battle is usually the highlight of a space opera, so it's getting overshadowed by previous battles. Would just be a catastrophic failure. The other battles could be the final battle. Well, okay, wow, that's quite some battles you have there, but that is, I mean, you have to end at the highest tension level, right? Otherwise, the story just doesn't. Like, I don't think that's exclusive to space opera. But yeah, the 3-act story structure is another example of that, right? Open page. Where you want high tension points, and then in between the head tension should be a little lower, but always rising. And then of course you end on the climax and the end itself on the book. I mean, that's what I'm aiming for, at least. I'm not sure if I'm hitting them. Of course, this is the first time I'm writing a book. I'm attempting to write a book, so maybe it's just a bit bad. But it is what it is. And then we'll fix it in post. Vespa was unsure. She really didn't feel up for another failure. Especially not if it included trying to lift the hammer again. Included trying to lift or just move the hammer again. Space Flame says, this is a trilogy, by the way. 3 books, 600 pages or more each. It gets more insane. The first is grand in the ship battles, the second is grand in the important battles, and the final is grand in the big picture. As it should be. But my god, it is some task that you've set for yourself. Starting out with. Some people just like to torture themselves. I'm not sure. Does it involve the hammer again? Hammer again? She decided to ask. To outright ask. She decided to outright ask. It does. Was the disappointing was disappointing, that's only with one S. Disappointing answer. Making Vespa's heart sink. Making Vespa's heart sink. Mary says, Luciana like Blaze Flame. Blaze Flame says, set your dreams so high that even if you fail, you will exceed those who succeeded in theirs. Getting Over It by Bennett Foddy did teach me something. He had a lot of great philosophies actually in that game. Terrible as it was. Though it was meant to be terrible, so it was a good time of terrible, right? But yeah, his commentary was actually... I feel like his commentary was almost as important as the Shadow Core gameplay. Nope, not but. Even my friend thinks I'm insane, and he's written 5 actually edited books. He thinks I'm a lunatic. All his books combined are smaller than one of mine. I mean, so what if you are a little insane? It's what you want to do, and it's great that you're doing it. And when you're done, when you're finally done, it's going to be so great. It's going to be so great that you don't know what to do suddenly. You just sit back and be like, what now? But not in a manner similar to what we just tried. Similar to what you just tried, what you just did. Flashflame says he took 2 years to make 270 his first book. I'm striving for the same with an added 400 pages. Yeah. Good luck with that. I mean, it is, but it's good to have a goal. Vespa perked up a little bit. A little bit. Upon hearing those words. Then what did you have in mind? Miri says, okay, I'm breaking, I need a nap. I've been out of it today, but 100 words and formatting done, so yay. Good on you, Miri. Well done. Go take a well-deserved nap. I'm also just about done for today, I think. Flame, I said that I was gonna edit this behemoth in 3 months to him, and he totally believed me. So much so that he wasn't even surprised when I was 1 month behind and only on chapter 10. It takes so long to edit shit. It really does. Especially when you see yourself blind in it and you just keep reiterating. Yeah, it is a skill that needs to be learned and done. That's why I'm also... Okay, so I have this month of November that I'm aiming... I think I'm definitely going to do the 50,000 words, probably a little bit more. But the book is not going to be done. The first draft is not going to be done in that time. But I don't think I want to set a time limit when I want it to be done. Of course, I want to keep working on it. But that's different than... than doing it. Like, for this year, I actually had a plan of publishing on my own channels. Website and channels, 3 short stories. And I managed to do one. And I haven't even made the audiobook version, the video version of it yet. It's going to be done in December. And I'm almost done with the first draft of the second short story. And then this thing came around and I was just like, you know, let's not do deadlines for myself in that way again. It's whatever. Okay, let's have a little bit more. Just so we have a good start for tomorrow. I want you to try and communicate with me. Communicate with me. Vesper listened intensely. Vesper listened intensely. As the spirit took a dramatic pause. A rather dramatic break. She could almost picture him smiling. She could almost picture him smiling. Without having your hand on the warhead. Flame says intently or intensely. It might actually be intently now that you say it. So I'm going to make a comment for the intently for future Thomas. And with that half word, we are done for the day, I think. So that's an easy, good start for tomorrow. And of course, well, I do intend to start half an hour earlier tomorrow, like we usually do. Today was a bit different because I had a sudden surprise visit from my parents. But let's have it. Let's have a count of what we did today. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pages, and with the master sort of counting, there it was. We will count the lines. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. And we're not going to count the last one because that's not done. That's going to be counted tomorrow. So 5 pages and 16 lines. Flays says, see a streamer. I will return when I have the time. Until we meet again. Flays Flame, it was great having you here. I hope you do find the time, and I was about to say will, but that sounds a little bit disheartening. I hope you find the time and you will want to drop by. It has been very fun having you here. Thank you so much. I miss when I could do like 6 in 2.5 hours. Those were the good old days. Damn, 6 pages in 2, and I don't think I've ever done that. Anyway, we take the... Oh, you need to see that, you guys. We take the formula from up here. We place it down here. We say 5 pages and 16 lines. And that gives us 1,974 words for the day. And so we go in to our progress. We write here day 22 progress. Is actually 42,719. That is where we're at. Oh, it's good, it's good, it's good. 42,719 words out of the 50,000. And let's have a look at where our progress bar needs to be. So we just remove the jewel for the time being. We set the progress bar to pixel number 226 down. We get the jewel back up and we move that with it in most manual style anyone has ever seen. Jewel position. There we are, 189. All right, that was it for today. Just go like this. Thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you guys so much for chatting. That was amazing. It was fun. It was great hearing about your journeys as well and what you are writing with the excerpts and all. And yes, Miri, we do probably need a Discord at some point so we can discuss this in a little more detail. But we'll see to that in the future. And remember that if you like this live stream, please remember to like it on YouTube. Even if you just like the VOD, which I hope you do if you're watching the VOD. And if you haven't already, subscribe and follow along. It really means a lot to me. And yes, with those words, I'll just say remember that we write our own stories. And I will see you tomorrow. Bye!